microphone as well, I guess. Let's see if that starts the stream. Yeah, that looks okay. Alright, we're live. Let's get on with things, I suppose. Well, slowly get the intro in whilst I wake up. It's early in the morning on another dark, miserable day in Britain. And I'm guessing that you're all waking up too to this horrible day. Yeah, minor code review last night by me, obviously. My name's Fraser Sharp. So, minor code review with spacing changes. Textures is the last major file to complete before components are added, is the note I left myself on that last commit. So, that's what we are going to be doing today. And it is literally the last file. Which means that in the current series, that's 5. Today's 5, so that means there's been 5 plus an intro. 6 days. We're on day 6. And we're doing the final major piece of coding. This is a 3D engine with a scene graph. Parent and children. 6 days. Oh boy, is this going up on YouTube. Yeah, there was no messing about doing this one, was there? In fact, I'm quite pleased. A lot of the maths I didn't do. And I haven't done the physics. So, it's just a 3D engine, not a physics engine. That's the first thing. That's not working too well. Right, so what have we got to do? Let's have a look. To-dos. Let's have a look at the to-do list. We have 5 to-dos left. Don't need to touch that. That one's okay. Don't need to touch that. That's okay. And the last 3 are here in texture. Let's see if we can get rid of these texture ones. And then we're just down to things to improve the engine. Awesome sauce. And the keyboard. Hello, keyboard. Might be too cold. Yeah, it hasn't warmed up yet. The batteries are getting old, I think. So I'm going to copy exactly what I did in the other files, really. For this part, which is a private static hash map. Of a string comma texture resource, which we should have. it is. That one. It's static. So just loaded textures will do. We'll equal a new hash map. There we go. Done. That's no longer held in here. That's in the resource. And there goes the errors. That's what I like to see, errors. Straight off the bat, I've just caused a load of errors. That's good news. So let's have a look at how we now create a texture. So, exactly the same way as we've been doing with all the others. Which has just given me a thought. Alright, grab a cup of coffee, I'm having thoughts. What did I do with that render engine then? No, it's just a sampler map. Interesting. Coffee, I need coffee if I'm going to type. At least it gave me fingers a break last night. Oh god. They're still hurting. They're still inflamed, but hey ho. Not much you can do about getting old. So, texture resource we'll start with. And it will be old resource. And that's going to equal s underscore loaded textures dot get and it's just going to be file name. You've seen this all before by now, I hope. If old resource is not equal to null, then we already have something. We already have this texture. We don't need to do it again. We don't have M resource. That doesn't help, does it? Yeah. Private texture resource M underscore resource, just like all the others. Let's do that, shall we? Oh dear, sniffling again. That's not good. M resource equals old resource. And M resource dot add reference. Thank you. That's you done. Else Can we not get this further up so I can see what I'm doing? Else m_resources or resource equals that's not going to work. Why is it still allowing me to have this? That's wrong. There is no file name, is there? Oh, there is. Oh. Alright then, don't need that. Doesn't have a return value. That's true. Static texture resource. There we go, that's better. That'll work now. Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Don't get distracted. Ah, dear, I don't know. S_low textures. S_low textures. It's put with these, isn't it? It's a hash map. And it's just going to be file name and mResource. That should do it. That's looking good. This is no longer required. We've got an else statement, so that's fine. What have we got here in the publics? Take that out, no longer needed here. Public. Clean up. What's that just going to do? If m_resource dot remove reference and not m_file name dot is empty. And then s_loaded textures dot remove, and that is m_file name. Ha. That's fine. I'll leave it as that for now. I haven't decided on how I'm going to do a lot of things yet, so especially this cleanup business. Because it used to be finalised, didn't it? Which we can't do anymore. We've got bind and unbind. I've just realised that's a waste of time because it's actually bind using a 0. Dar. That's better. May as well reuse the same code. So bind. Yeah, that's okay. That becomes mResource dot get ID. Okay, we can bind, we can unbind. What else can we do? We might need, yeah, okay, we will put it in then. Public. We will put it in then. And it's just return mResource. It's just a pass through. So yeah, we'll have it anyway, just in case. Just in case for now. It might get deleted later. Right. Texture load. Some kind of string. Right, what's wrong with M file name now? That's wrong with it. Okay. My bad. So we get our buffered image. Yeah, that's okay. Image. Get RGB. That's correct, I think. It looks good up to there, until we get down here anyway. We don't need GLGen textures anymore, do we? Okay, buffer.flip. I can get rid of these lines and just replace that with texture resource equals a new texture resource. That's where it's done. That's all we need. The resource makes the ID. So we can get it from there. Then we've got all of this doobry stuff. All the OpenG. And then got catch exception. Stuff the catch thingy. We can return here. Okay, that's that sorted. Yeah. Better cover that eventuality as well, haven't we? And then we run out of file. That looks okay. Never used. Never used, it should be. Never used. Finals. Alright, I'm happy with that. Texture. Updated to use resources. That's it. That should do it. Right, what components do we have? Oh, what was that thought I had? That was it, yes. Render engine. Done text, you know. You should work. Render engine. Clear my notes. Render engine. We've got the hash map, the array list, yeah. We've got a base light. Got a shader camera. We don't use that base light. Did we extend texture? No, we didn't. Just check something. No, we don't. Okay. Alright, back to this render engine. There's something bothering me. It's the way I've started the render engine up. A sampler map lights, active light. Forward ambient is a shader. Main camera, okay. That's correct, because we always do our first pass with a forward ambient. There's a disp map. Right, let's do this. Let's rebuild a project. Four seconds. Ooh. Ooh. Good. There's a crash. This map scale is not a valid component of transform. Right. Fine. This is happening on render engine, isn't it? First main render pass. It's happening on. Render all. Render all. For each component, render, which hits the mesh render. Update uniforms. And here we are in update uniforms. Okay. We have to look into this error a little bit more. So what we're going to do is go back to the top of update uniforms. There we go. Now it should only be rendering using the ambient, as far as I can tell. So. Oh, for God's sake. I'll do. Don't care what. System. Dot out. Dot print line. What can we print? We can print. Can you get out of my way? Type name. So this is uniform. Type and name. Plus uniform type. Plus comma space. Plus uniform name. Okay. we got the Mat4T model, Mat4T MVP, a VEC3R ambient, which is what I was after, VEC3 CI position, sampler 2D diffuse, sampler 2D disp map, and then we get the float disp map scale, which is correct. So why is it not finding it? It's the float. It's not finding that float. It's there. It's recorded it, but it's not finding it. So it's this else if that isn't happening. Alright. But it does equal float. Have I done this else wrong? I have, haven't I? It's dropping through this last else like a brick, and it should pick up a float, and it isn't doing. It's the uniform name. But when there you go. There it is. It's there. It's type equals float. Type equals float, not the name. Thank you. You see? A typo. There you go. That's your 3D engine. Done. Does it put it down here like it normally does? I don't know. Commit. First error pass complete, and fixes to make the test game run. More fixes to come. Probably. Okay. Right, let's just make sure we haven't got any outstanding to-dos to do. Right, we're down to 2. We're already using test PNG at the moment. Well, it's not a test PNG, is it? It's a default. It's grey. That's a lovely colour. Yep. No normals there. Yep. Checkerboard. Okay. That's what we're looking for. We are looking for a checkerboard. Everybody, if you spot it before I do, please shout. Oh, God. God help us all. Right. Let's have a look and see what we can do. First of all, where's my coffee? I'm not going to let my coffee go cold today. What are we attempting to do? Alright, well I don't think we've got enough vertices and we're not using textures. Can we have a mesh with texture coordinates? No. It's just asking for vertices and indices. It doesn't care about textures. That's interesting. This might not work. I don't think these are valid. We're only trying to get a triangle on screen. Have we actually got a triangle? I didn't even look. No, we don't. And the reason being? Come on, everybody. Why can we not see a triangle on screen? Well, I placed it at 0, 0 in the Z direction. What did we do our perspective with? Oh, 0.1. Let's put our triangle out to -1. Which should be right in front of the camera. Unless we turn the camera around, that is. Okay. Okay, still nothing. Which makes me think that we need to turn culling off whilst we test this. And that's in the render engine now. Is it now? Let's just turn that off a second. So it's definitely now not in front of the camera. That's the first thing. Right, so our object is not in front of the camera. Should we place it at 1? That would be interesting. No. -5 is left, y is up, x is left, y is down. So it's top left to bottom left. X goes over to the right, y goes down to the bottom right. I don't trust this. I don't trust what I've done. So I'm going to just take this out totally. Actually, no, don't just take it out yet. Material. Yeah. Components. Let's have a look at the camera. We don't set a placement for it. That should still work. You don't need to place the camera. It should automatically go to 0, 0, 0. But is it? I don't know. It's working. -5. We've placed on the transform, so we've put it there. Right. So this doesn't matter. Okay, cult face is off still. Test object we will place at 5. Not there. This is the hardest part about debugging a game engine. because I know it's working. Game object, player view. It has a transform. Nope, don't know. But that's the final code. Control slash. That's it. Lovely. Mesh, test mesh equals. What should we have? What should we have? Do I have a test mesh? Yes, I do. Test. That'll do. Ooh. That did something different. Test mesh and blue material, okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay, try it at 5. Still not there. That's interesting. I wonder, as we're getting nothing and we're not getting back faces or front faces, we've taken the culling off. I think I've missed something. I think we might be drawing it the wrong way around. And there's only one way to find out, I guess. So, how do we find out? Let's pop this rendering engine up a minute, find out what I can mess around with in OpenGL. I've got depth test. Let's try reversing the order that it's drawing stuff in. Let's try GL front face, and we'll go with clockwise. Yeah, we can do that. So I can hear the change in the machine. Wow. Down to 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds now. Interesting. Because I know it's processing it and I can prove it. That's not the problem. The problem is, something's stopping me from seeing it. If I've got anything wrong in the calculations, it would just put a garbled mess on the screen. So, alright. Damn it, I know what it is. Version 4 changed the specs, didn't it, on OpenGL? Which is why I never use it. I bet we're in 4.6, aren't we? System dot out dot print. No. Dot print line. Open GL colon plus engine dot get render engine dot we didn't put it in here. No, we never do that. Get OpenGL version, please. What? What? Oh, stupid me. Okay. 4.60. I think that's the problem. Alright. If we're going to use 4.60, by the rules we need to use a VAO. So we're going to need to modify this render engine to use a VAO. I don't think we've got much choice in the matter at 4.6. I could ask it to use less, I suppose, but it won't. It'll just ignore me. I don't think it's, yeah, it's a hint. I think it's just going to ignore me. Oh, maybe not. Now that's interesting. Now what am I doing? Think about this. I think I prefer a VAO. I don't trust that it will stick to what it's telling me it will. This is a problem with modern languages. I don't trust them to do what I ask them to. But what I do know that if it's 4.6, it ain't gonna work without a VAO. That's 100% guaranteed, and I took the VAO out. Clever me. So let's put the VAO back in. This gives me something to think about, doesn't it? Where should we start? There's only one thing that's going to use a VAO, and that's a mesh. Yeah, it's all here. Awesome. Load to GFX, here we go. It uses a new mesh resource. So that's the first thing that has to change, is the resources. Notice the cleanup isn't being called. It isn't being called on anything at the moment. It's just there waiting to be done. Okay. Shout if you don't know what a VAO is. That's all I'm going to say. Shout if you don't understand VAOs. I know what they mean, so I'm okay with it. I think that's right. I'm just making it up as I go along now. Come on, you damn thing, work. Maybe it's out of field. Just one sec. I don't know. Let's go and find out. Right, so we can generate it. GL delete vertex. I think it's correct. It's just another buffer, isn't it? Let me just check that I am correct. I think I better check I'm right. Otherwise this is going to go down the tubes very quickly. Ah dear. This one. Oh, all the way over there. Great. How do I get to it? Create VAO. Delete vertex arrays. Okay, I wasn't right on that one. Gen vertex arrays. Yeah, I was right on that one. So there is a delete vertex arrays, okay. All we need now is a getter. Alright, I'm happy with that. Okay. Where's our draw routine? That's wrong. Oh, for God's sake. I've got the wrong draw call here. Maybe it isn't 4.6 that's goofed it up, maybe it's me. No, it is draw elements. We're using the index buffer, aren't we? Right. How does this work? Let's concentrate on getting the loaded GFX with a VAO. A VAO is a recording device like a macro and will record every action that is taken after it is created until it is unbound. So it's GL bind vertex array. It now is in record mode. So we bind the buffer, we get the buffer data, we then go onto the element array. That's where we have to split it. There. So what do we need? for a VAO to work properly. We can get rid of that lot. That's the first thing. That's not needed. That is needed. That isn't needed. Recording, we've recorded that, so that isn't needed. We change that to vertex array. And we delete that line. Right, VAO is up. So all of these enables get out of here. You aren't needed. We can record you. So that's the first thing. We'll record that lot. So that's recorded. We can also record this lot. And this can all go down here. That's all there is. That is correct. There is something else I want to look at. Have I got a render here? Prepare it with a clear colour. Bind the vertex array. Activate the texture. Bind the texture. Okay. That's all been done for us. Do all the camera shizzle. And then it's GL draw elements. Thought so. So the only part the mesh has to worry about, because remember this is a component, so the mesh only has to worry about the draw call. And that's what your draw call becomes. We should stop the recording though. Here. By all accounts, I think it's safe to do so. GL bind vertex array 0. That will stop it from happening. GL vertex array bind to 0, yeah. Yeah. And then we can do the unbinds. Yeah. We should unbind these, but we don't really need to, do we? I don't know. We'll leave it. There it is. There's our model. Right where our model is supposed to be. Told you we needed a VAO. Right. That's sorted out. We've got a VAO running. We haven't got the textures correct because our texture coordinates are garbaged. Test game. Get rid of this mesh. Okay. I don't want to be dealing with a mesh at this point. So that was vertices and indices. Okay. 0 there. 5. Camera's the wrong way round. There it is. My God. Okay, put it to 1 so we can see it. Yeah, it's there, okay. We have a black triangle. Perfect. Oops. So yeah, that works. In a kind of black way. So those are absolutely useless. That creation mesh is worthless at this point in time. Alright, take that out then. We will go with this because this has at least got UV coordinates on it. But as we can see, those UV coordinates are a bit dodgy. If you're wondering why it's so dark, it's because we're using ambient light to do this. Alright, our texture mapping is not correct. Bind's okay. Unbind is correct. Load texture is not correct. Well, I hope everybody's having a good day. I certainly am. We've got a 3D render engine. Might not be right, but we've got one. Our textures aren't rendering properly, which means we're probably splattering them somehow with this pixelation rubbish. I know what's happened. So, We have. Let's load this and see what we can do about the loading, shall we? Let's look at my notes and see how I've done things differently, or how I would do things differently today. So we load a texture. Pixels equals a new... No, it doesn't. Right, let's put that back. Int pixels equals a new int. That's correct, actually. And then we put it into pixels using image get RGB. 0, 0, width, height, null, which is pixels, 0, image get width. Right, then we create the byte buffer. With image get width times height times 4. That's correct. Because it's a byte buffer, not an int buffer. So the number of bytes in an int is 4. Does it have alpha? Okay, nothing much I can do for that. For y equals less than the height, x equals less than the width. Int pixel get y times width plus x. No problem so far. So what we're doing is we're going to put the byte to there. The next one will put the next byte to there. Put the next byte to there, and if it has alpha, we'll put that byte last. Doesn't sound right to me. Let's pop an else in here. Buffer dot put byte Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, I think I found it. Just by typing this in, it's obvious. O X F F. That's correct. This one here isn't. This is pixel 24, isn't it? So P 24. And 0xff. try that one. Ta-da! Checkerboard. Yes. Very dark. As we're only using ambient light, so let's lighten the scene up a minute and put false numbers in for the ambient light so we can see what the hell we're doing. We have success. Render engine success. Where are we setting our ambient light? Here we go. No. Ambient. 0.8. 0.8. 0.8 so we can see what we're doing. Got to put a to do. Return to usual values after testing. Full stop. Yeah, let's try it now. I've got to stop here somewhere. Whatever's going on. Don't know what's going on there, but hey ho. There we go. We can see it now. I'm glad I know what's going on. We are looking at the rear of the object. How do I know that? Because I know what that object is. Okay. So we are looking at the rear of the object. That's fine, I don't care about that. Cull face is switched on. Just wondering whether we need depth clamping or not. Once we're playing with the render engine. Triangulation. I don't want to play with this too much until I know that I need to. So now I'm looking at the back face, which is interesting. Public void update. Am I allowed to do this? Do I have to do do I do an override for that? Right. Got ya. Oh. So we want our test object. This is awkward to use. Here. Right. We've got a test object. What can we do with it? Every time we update, get transformed, and multiply. Do we multiply? Alright, so what have I actually gotten? I've got myself a quaternion. What can we do with quaternions? We can multiply them by a new quaternion. Okay. Can we just not straight rotate them? Matrix 4 rotation we could use. Not happy about that idea. That looks more like it. Okay. I want that one by a new quaternion. Now we're getting too long. And we will go by 60 degrees per second. 1.0 f, comma, a new vec 3, .0 f. Oh, sorry. 1.0 f and 0.0 f. That should do it. Nothing happens. I think I might be getting... Alright, I'm just multiplying. I'm not setting it, am I? Let's see what we can do in that area then. Start get transform. Dot. How about setting stuff? Set rotation. Quaternion rotation. That looks better. I think that's what it's looking for. Set rotation to that. Let's try a private float. Angle to rotate. Oh, don't do it that way. Angle to rotate. Right, let's try that. We can set that variable in init. M underscore angle to rotate equals 0. Simple. Angle to rotate plus plus. If angle to rotate is greater than 360.0f, then M underscore angle to rotate minus equals 360.0f. Fine. Run that. There we go. It doesn't seem to know what to do with that bit there. That Z fighting is multiple textures being placed upon the same texture. That's a multi-layered texture, that side. And it's rotating counterclockwise. No, it's rotating clockwise. It's going the wrong way. Everything's reversed. Hold on a minute. It's all reversed. Just a second. There's a command for that. This code is awful. But hey ho. GL front face. I'll try putting this in GL clockwise. Will it still draw it? Yes, it will. Moving the window around doesn't affect the frame rate. We've got a 3D rendering engine. Right, here comes the biggie. Are we ready for it? I'm actually interested to see what it does. So I know why that's happening, so there's nothing I'm going to do about that right now. Doesn't seem to bother it, whether it's clockwise or not, which bothers me. So I'm not leaving that in. First running example. Using test game. No errors and 1 warning found. Okay, that's fine. We've actually come through this with 3 to-dos. Oh my god. That's pretty damn low. But we have a visual. Oh yes. Let's go back to the test game. It's finished. The error's in the model, not in the renderer. Hell on wheels. Have we got any tearing? I think we have. Maybe not. I'm trying to find some. It's usually behind the ears. Or in the ears itself. Damn it, there's no tearing. Holy mackerel, we have a 3D engine. Six days. Now, what I want to do is time it from the run. On your marks, get set. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 and a bit. Whereas on the previous one it was 4,000. Does anybody know why? Haven't loaded it any differently. I know why. It's because we were handling the faces as we loaded them. Whereas this doesn't. It dumps all the information into buffers and then sends those buffers to the graphics card. And that's why it's faster. It's twice as fast as dealing with the information as you get it. Because you're batching everything up. You're doing a batch read and a batch send to graphics card. Instead of reading, converting, reading, converting, reading, converting, and then sending to graphics card. Because we don't convert it. That's why we have the indexed OBJ index model, so we can just dump all the information in from buffers off disk, which is, as soon as you stop to take an action and read from a buffer and take that action, you automatically take twice as long to do something. If you let the buffer flow through at its full maximum rate, it'll be fine. That's 750,000 vertices you're looking at there. I was going to go for 1,000,000, but I thought that was a bit too harsh. In, well, 2 seconds. Up and running on the screen from disk. There's a slight judder in it and a twitch, but that's because it's going too fast. As you can see on the left hand side here, it's trying to go too fast, which is creating it's smooth as hell, but there is a slight judder on the rotation. I find that interesting. It's nothing to do with the lighting. And can you remember that we're doing multiple passes on this for the rendering? We're still at 61 or 60 plus. This code is crap though. The test game has proved that the interface with the 3D library is a little bit crap. Can you add more than one component? Nope. No provision for multiple components. I'm sorry, but that's awful. Alright, it still works if you do that. No, it's plus equals. That's 1 degree per second. How's about 45 degrees per second? Yeah, that's right. That's the calculation for it. Can you tell I'm not happy with this? Oh dear. I wrote a 3D engine in 6 days and I'm not happy with it. Who would have thought? None of this stuff should be in here. There should be an API. Could I write an API for this? Yeah. But for a game creator, this would be hard work, wouldn't it? Alright, do I continue this project or not? Yeah, we've got the green tick, everybody. That's a green tick. We initialized the camera and it was the wrong way around. Oh yes, that's what I wanted to do. Check the 0. Back of his head. Yes, I was right with my first comment that we are looking at the back. Done. Well, that was an easy day. It only took a couple of hours. What should I do for the rest of the day? I suppose we're going to look at some components. The base light isn't being used properly. Okay, that's done. I think that's too high for ambient light. Maybe not. I think it is though. That's correct for daylight. That's closer. We'll drop it another factor. .6.5% light. And if you're wondering, daylight has more green in it. Which is why the colours always look wrong in a video game. Yeah, I can deal with that. There we go. I think that explains it all. Hmm. Alright, that updates that. Why do I have this here all of a sudden? Oh. That's why. Yeah. Fine. Fair enough. Right, part 1 done. I think that's coffee break time. Oh, thought about it long enough. And then we'll do some components. But the actual business end of the 3D engine is complete. With those textures sorted out, and that mistake in the uniform sorted out, the ambient is working. It's working well, I must say. I'm rather impressed with its ability to load that and run it properly. I didn't expect me test box to work properly because of the textures would always be to cock because of the way, for some reason, it's loaded. Or should I say, Blender's not doing things right these days. It used to do it fine. Now it duplicates everything. And God knows why. Duplicates all the texture coordinates. And then overwrites your indexes. But because I haven't tried to write my indexes as I've loaded them, this should work properly. As the test object showed, we were still receiving textures being painted over the top of each other. That was a flashing result. So yeah, the test object did its job. Right, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Catch you in a mo. Yeah, okay. There you go. We've got coffee, yay! Oh, we've got coffee. Let's do some components. Oh, dearie me. Let's do some components. Alright. What shall we have? What component shall we have? Let's have a... Oh, good grief. Directional light, how about that? Components. New. Java class. Let's get some lighting going so we don't have to do that silly brightener. Yeah. Directional light. Yeah, we'll add it. Okay. So it extends base light as usual. Why is that not allowed? Yes, well, I know that. Duh. Public. Directional light. It's going to take in a vec3. Color. And it will also need a float, which we will call intensity. That'll do. Baselight has no constructor. What have we put in Baselight? Let's just have a quick look at Baselight. There is a constructor. Baselight, vector, color, float, intensity. So what was it talking about? Color and intensity. That's right. I don't know. This dot m underscore color. It's not doing it right. Why not? Okay. Equals color. This is a bit weird. This dot m underscore intensity extends. Oh, my bad. Right, this should now start working. No, it won't. What am I doing? Directional light. Okay, I'm doing it completely wrong. It extends base light. So it's super, open brackets, and that's color and intensity. Oh, intensity, thank you. And we can set the shader, I think. Yes, we can. To be a new shader, because that's how, unfortunately, Java works. A new shader, and that will be import from rendering. Yeah, we just need a file name, and it's forward. Forward directional. Good. That works. Public vec3 get direction. That's all we should need. And that will return get transform get transformed rotation. Oh, we haven't got this one, have we? No, we haven't. Right, that needs to be in the transform rotation, which is a quaternion. So, back in the maths package under quaternion. Oh, there's always some maths. What do we want? Get forward. Have I got the thing for this? Bloody sure I have. Alright, it's a getter. Let's go to the bottom. So it's going to be a public vec3. Yeah, that's right. Public vec3 is the result. We're going to call it get forward. In other words, you want to know which direction it's facing or going in. And we're going to return a new vec3 it will go something along the lines of numlock 0.0f 0.0f. Forward is the Z direction. That's forward. Can I rotate it? No, I can't. Where does this rotate fit in? It fits in on the vec3. We haven't got a vec3 rotate. By quaternion. we haven't. Which will be a public vec3. It's going to rotate by a quaternion rotation. Hope this is right. I think it's right. We're about to find out, aren't we? Yeah, it's right. Quaternion. Rotation dot conjugate. Quaternion, I'll call it W equals rotation dot multiplied by this dot multiplied by conjugate. What's wrong with that line? Quaternion multiplied by a vector. Okay. That's fine. Return yeah, I'll call it W. It's easier. Return a new vec3 which will be W get get X W get Y W get Z. We don't need the last part, do we? No. So we don't have a quaternion multiplied by a vector. Public. Back to the quaternions. We're doing a bit of maths today. Multiplied by a vector. Okay. Gives us a quaternion multiplied by, it's going to be a vec3, right? forgot the float. Did we not do the other multiplications? Ah, here we go. Let's see if we can get it out of here. It's obviously wrong. Right, let's look at W first. So it's x get x minus y get y minus z. Yeah, that's right. Wx plus yz minus zy. Yeah, that's good. Wy plus zx minus xz. Correct. Wz yeah, just do that. Wz plus xy, yeah, minus yx. XYZW. Done. Right, directional light works now. That should be it. All we need to do is know its direction. That's all we need to be able to get hold of. Okay. How would we use that? In here. Right, we're going to need a directional light of some kind. It's going to be a component, so I'm going to go for the components section and see if I can make one. I want it left of me and above me and shining in a direction of 45 degrees to the left and down. That's what I'm going to try and create. Now, if it's left of me, I want it right and down. Okay. God help me. So let's make a component. Directional light. What we're going to call it? How's about calling it directional light? Why not? And thank you. Equals a new directional light with whatever it wants. So, what's it going to need? A direction and an intensity. Let's try and keep this as simple as possible. So it's going to be a new vec3 for its direction. In the x direction, I don't want anything. In the y direction, I would like for now nothing. We'll play with these numbers after. And in the z direction, I will choose 45 degrees. No, I'll choose the z direction. The whole of the z direction. So it's pointing forwards, according to... Now what's wrong with you? What do we want next? Strength, intensity. We'll put it at 0.5. Oh, it tells me intensity. Good. So that will be a torch shining forwards. I guess. Right, I think we've now got the component. Now we need to create a game object. Directional light object. Let's get this really long. This will be a game object, I guess. Okay. Alright, so that's that bit. Yeah, why not? Dot add component, and it's just going to be directional line. Where's he going to put it? And does it matter? Does a directional light need a position? No, it just needs a direction. Good, thank you for that. Didn't think I got it right somehow, but we'll look at that error in a second. All right. So we create the component, directional light, blah de blah de blah. We can create the game object. We add the component. And then we add the object. That part's the simple part. Unable to locate R directional light dot base. How did I do that again? I thought I included the base light. I don't think the base light's been loaded up. I've got it as a component, haven't I? Yeah. And we are adding it on. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's have a look at the error. It was unable to locate a uniform. When? At what point? Walk it down the tree. It's starting the engine. Start run. Game init. Oh. I wasn't expecting that. New directional light. Set shader. Forward directional. I think that's right. We'll have to check that. Set shader, new shader, forward directional. Add all uniforms. We are on the fragment shader side. Add uniform, uniform name, uniform type, structs. Add uniform, struct, yeah, that's correct, got the dot. Add uniform. We got the exception of error, unable to locate uniform. So we came out of it here at a -1. So it wasn't able to find directional light.base. That's interesting. Lighting.vsh. Okay. Try the fragment shader. Include lighting.fsh. It's not in there. Include lighting main. And it's not in there, so it's right. Where the hell's that coming from then? Should be in the fragment shader. Doesn't need it though. It's just one calculation. Standard lighting takes in a chord, whirl, pause, matrix, diffuse, normal, disp, disp, disp. Include lighting GLH. Base. It shouldn't. Ah, here it is. Base light base. Directional light. It's there. R, directional light, dot base. No. It's struct directional light dot base. Where's the R come from? It's just directional light dot base. How come it's decided to place an R on the front? Uniform name, uniform type, and the string. Okay. All right. System dot out dot print line. And it's going to be uniform name. I think I got something wrong here. There we go. T model, MVP, then there's ambient, yeah. CI pos, specularity and intensity and power. Alright, that's just your mappings. And it's right. That shouldn't be there. Which means I got something wrong on the reader. Damn it. How come it's got an R there? Where's it come from? Oh, wait a minute. Make sure I know where I am. I'm in add uniform. So we're trying to get the position and we are passing in an R underscore. We are adding. Right, add uniform. So add all uniforms, please. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. I want to move that. Oh. Cut that out. We're back to this one again, aren't we? Okay, it's reading it wrong. Somewhere in here I'm getting an R underscore for no apparent reason whatsoever. And it's not in the shader. Interesting. So let's go to add all uniforms and start there. Look at my notes. Add all uniforms, shader. Good God. How can it just get an R there? Where can an R come from? It can come from update uniforms. Oh, I see. If uniform, it's here. It's where is that? That is. Where is it? It's a to-do. There's a to-do in here. I didn't do that. That's what's wrong. We've got an else if here. Other light types. We haven't added it into the shader. Oh no, it's here. That's right. Should start with an R. There's your R value. Unprefixed, yeah. Set the uniform. Yeah. It's uniform type, isn't it? Yeah, it's if uniform. Uniform type equals. And that will be directional light this time. With a capital. Directional light. Why I've got reds everywhere? Why can't I do this? I don't understand. Why did everything go red? What have I broken? Broken nothing. Okay. Right, that's where we started. Else if that fixes everything. Thank you. So the error's here. Good. That worked. Else if it's uniform type. Yeah, we have to put this in or else it ain't gonna work. Uniform type equals directional light. Okay. Got clear space now to work in. We are going to set uniform. And we are going to set a uniform which we haven't got. Correct. We didn't finish. I said when we're doing them, didn't I? Should have put a to do there. Oh, set uniforms, set uniforms. Alright, stop. We know where this is. That's to do add other lights. Okay, well it's got a red marker there. Let's see if I put a to do down the bottom as well. No, I didn't. So, public void set uniform. Oh god. Guess what comes next? Directional light. Yes, folks. And it takes in a string, uniform name, and the cat's snozzling at me, which is putting me off. And it takes in a directional light. Directional light, yes. So, for a directional light, what do we need to set? We need to set the base light. So set uniform base light, that's where it gets used. Okay, we need a string, which is uniform name plus base. That'll do. And it's going to be directional light, isn't it? Yeah, base light, directional light. Yeah, that's correct. That's because it's a component that extends base light. So we've got to put that in. And then we actually have to set the uniform itself. Which one? Don't know yet. Soon find out if I can do it. Its uniform name. Plus, and we want dot direction. So it's directional. That might help. Comma. It's directional light dot get direction. Right, that sets your uniform. So we set its colour, its intensity. We didn't set its colour. Ooh. And it didn't give us an error for that. Okay. I'll check that in a minute. Interesting. But that's now correct. Alright, go back up to our error up here, please. And that becomes directional light. Yeah, I know. I know. It's a bit long. Find my notes again. Why didn't I set the colour? Uniform name. Comma. Ouch. No. No. So type directional light in brackets of render engine dot get active light. That's it. I should do it. All right. Color. Directional light takes in a vec3 color and float intensity. Thank you, Muppet. That's an RGB. That's blue. I thought it was a direction, and it isn't. How do we set the direction on this? Get transformed rotation, get forward. It's an angle and axis job, isn't it, on the transform? We add the component first. We take yeah. So X is across. We can rotate round the X 45 degrees. Don't know yet. Don't know yet. Not sure. I'll leave it there for a sec. Let's fix one problem at a time, without creating more. Unable to locate uniform r-directional light dot base. Okay. All right. Lighting VSH. Sampling GLH. Okay, texture coordinates, okay. It's R ambient. So under forward directional FS, it's R directional light. That's the one it's picking up. Dot base. It's looking for the wrong thing. Oh, damn it. It should be looking for... Nope, not that one. GLH. No. No. This. It should be looking for base light base under directional light. It's the base light that sets the direction. How does it set the direction? How's it missed this? It says struct. Why is directional light coming up as a struct then? I'm missing something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that works. Yeah, it just gets it from the transformation, right? Yeah, that's fine. I've got something wrong somewhere. In add uniform. Start location, yeah. Okay. Add uniform. Uniform type. Structs. Structs.gap, yeah. This is the error that we're getting. So it's decided on struct before we've got here. Shader text. So it's in this code. Struct keyword is struct. Okay. Is that correct? It's something's going awry in here. And it's find uniform structs. I need notes on how to find that. Okay, I've got some notes. I haven't been looking at chat, but I don't think there is any, so it doesn't matter. Right. We take a hash map for the result. Struct keyword equals struct. Yeah. Struct start location. Shader text index. Yeah. While struct start location is not equal to -1, which it should be. Right. How do I get to look at this shaded text properly? View. Here we go. Right, there are no structs in there at all. That's the vertex shader. So that's correct. Just do that. Okay, now what are we viewing? Oh, we're still in the vertex shader, are we? So we're still getting -1s. Keep going. It's now going through. Calculate the parallax, yeah. Direction to I. Just missed something. Where's the rest of it? Interesting. I don't think it's got that far yet. It's got a true. Where's it got a true? Ah, wait a minute. Oh yeah, right, okay, we're all the way up here, aren't we? Whoopsie daisy. This is where it should get struct directional light dot base without an R. Okay. Struct start location is 372. I haven't a clue what that means, but we are just going to step over and see if we can find out what it is. What's it recording? semicolon. Come on. We can get there. 7, 6, 5, 4. We've done it. So which one's it recorded? Okay. We'll keep going. Constant. Component name constant. Okay. Component type. There isn't one. There it is. It's attenuation. So it's attenuation dot constant. That's what it'll pick up. So the next time round it will pick up linear. Okay, let's see if we're right. I will stop you here. Run. Ah. Keep going. Yeah, linear. That was the next one, wasn't it? Constant, linear, exponent. And then directional light is base and direction. Exponent. What's happened here? Oh, what's the next one, have we? Base. That's correct. There's no R in there. Something fishy is happening. It's reading it properly. Because that's base and the next part is direction. And then we're off into the next one. Yeah. It's reading it correctly, which is why it can't find it with an R. What is it doing previously to this? Ah. Add this equals true. Yeah. If struct component struct components equals null, so it's false. So it skips that. Add this is true. And it can go through here quite happily. It's uniform location 3. Fine. Uniform name T model. Good. That's worked. It's looking good so far. Where have we gone back to here? Alright, just run on then. Right, let's see what we've got for this one. T underscore MVP. We're not interested in that. Next. R underscore ambient. C underscore I position. Diffuse. Disp map. Correct. Disp map scale. Correct. Bias, yeah. Let's come up with T model. Map 4. MVP. Diffuse, normal map, yeah. Sampler 2Ds, yeah. Float. I position speculating, yeah. Power. Directional light is R directional light. So what's it do with this? Let's step over this one, shall we? It says it's true. And it's a uniform type directional light. That's correct. But the name... Is that wrong? Or have we just got a naming convention here that's wrong? Hold your horses. Add uniform. Where are we looking now? It's the if statement, isn't it? It's just before this if statement. Under add uniform. No, it's uniform type. We've got an array list of all the structs. If we can get a uniform type equal to directional light. Ah. No. It shouldn't be a structure. Directional light is just directional light. But it's picking it up as a structure because there is one. Oh no. Directional light. The struct is called directional light. And it's seeing that as a type. Okay, stop. It's picking up on that directional light there as being the, a type. Okay. Are we all stopped? Well, let's run. Okay, what's this error? Undefined variable R directional light. Calc directional light. Good. Because I just changed it. Magic. So we have actually got rid of the error that we had. So yeah, what I was thinking is correct. But it now needs to use the correct struct. And it's in FS. Uniform directional light, R directional light. R directional light, comma normal, comma world position. Lighting FSH. Doesn't include lighting GLH. Does include this lot where I've just made it cock up. Does this include anything else? Oh, right. Yes, it does. So what I need to know is where direct the struct directional lights dot base is. It's not in there. That's point light. Here it is. It's got to alter where it's been used. That's it. Them areas there. Any more? Okay. At token R directional light. Oh. Okay, let's see if it's used anywhere else then. Nope. Nope. That's all point lights. It's not even passed into this one. That's a base light. Okay, let's try again. That's where it's coming from. That doesn't make sense. The sending in is R directional light. No, I'm wrong. We can't do this. This doesn't work this way. Damn it. It's passing in R directional light. And it can't find the dot base and the dot direction. It needs to find it there. I don't like this. I really don't like this. Oh, damn it. So we're back to the original. Unable to locate uniform. Why are you unable to locate it? It doesn't come under that. You shouldn't be looking for a uniform under R directional light because it's not down as a uniform. R directional light is a directional light. That might be a uniform. I wonder if it's converting that over. Because it's not a uniform. That is not a uniform. It's a directional light. That's the type. The type is a uniform. That's a struct. That's the variable name. Why isn't that working? It should work. There shouldn't be a problem with that. Add all uniforms, uniform name, uniform type, structs. Shader comes to here and can't find it. That's not good. Uniform name. Nope, it's got me. The structs aren't working. And I does not know why. I have to go through all of that path then. Alright. That's fine. Let's go through the path. Engine start. I can't see much to being wrong with that. Core engine. Start run. Core engine. Inits the game. Comes out as a test game. A new directional light. Cat being sick all over the carpet, thank you. Obviously we've got the name right because it's picking up on that. All of this is correct. There's a little green tick in the corner that tells me so. But this is where we started adding stuff, so let's check it out. Let's check out that I haven't missed something under directional light, shall we? So it's directional light, vec color, float intensity, supercolor intensity, set shader, new shader, forward directional. Get direction, get transform, transform the rotation and get forward. Sounds right to me. Can't think of anything else I would like to place in here. No. No. Let's go to the shader in it. So it's getting this far. It's the fragment shader that we're having problems with. System. I wish I could spell system correctly. My fingers don't want to spell it correctly, but we'll try. Uniform type plus uniform name. This is when it's creating the shader, by the way, so this is why I'm struggling to get information out of it. And go. There it goes. Thank you. Right, so that's the ambient stuff. That's them two there. Give the top one. Oh, I could have at least put a space in between, couldn't I? Thank you. So it does everything okay until it gets to that. And I believe you are correct. Let's look at that vertex shader again. Sorry, no. Fragment shader, please. Lighting FSH. Includes that plus lighting GLH. So it can find it. But it's already gone past it when parsing. But it knows to go to it. Unable to locate uniform. It doesn't convert it into the directional light. Ah, that's a small letter. That's a big letter. That's how it was differentiated. Didn't need to put the S on it. Sod it. I've had an idea. It's to do with naming conventions. Undefined variable. Directional lights. Gotcha. I think now that is correct. Undefined variable. Yeah. Put everything back to normal. I think I've got it. Undefined variable or directional line. Come on, I know what it is. Oh, 124. Come on, I know what it is. There. It won't play. Yeah. Why? Why won't it play? Has Java changed so much in these years that I can't program in it anymore? Even a simple directional light. God. Its uniform type is capital D directional light. And this is this R thingy. It's R underscore directional light. So the uniform type is correct. Because we're just checking on the name here for the R underscore, but if the uniform type equals directional light, yeah, that's correct. Damn it. I think things have changed. Either that or 460 is not backwards compatible with 120 anymore, which I think is correct. I've got to convert all of these into 460, haven't I? Yeah, it's been doing this okay. But there's no structs. Yeah, there's no structs in this lot. Okay. I'm going to have to think on that. Okay. That's fine. Next component. That one doesn't work. To do structs not being read in shader. Okay, that got a result. The result you don't like, but it doesn't work, and that's the whole point. Yeah. That should remove it. No, it doesn't. Just the actual creation of a directional light is going to bugger things up. Does it matter if it's... Doesn't matter if it's a game object before I create it, does it? Okay, let's try that. Come on, it's an error now. Oh no, it isn't. That's not an error. Okay, monkey head's back. Thank you, Suzanne, for turning up. Right, let's just take you out anyway. So, directional lighting. Not working. Right, okay. Fair enough. Next thing on the list. Well, we could try a point light, but I doubt that's going to work. How's about free movement? No idea how to do this one. Free move. I think we'll have to make something up as we go along here. Okay. It extends the game component. There we go. So, for free movement, what can we have? Private, float, speed. That's usually a good start. Private, int. Yeah. Okay, m underscore forward key. So I don't know what that's going to be yet. May as well do the other three as well. Private, int, m underscore back key. Private, int. Okay. Left key. And private, int, right key. That's the kind of thing that I'm thinking of. So, public. Free move. Whoa, speed. Float. Speed. When I need an input system. No, do it with two constructors. Yeah. Public. Free move. This will take float speed, comma, int, forward key, comma, int, back key, comma, int, left key, Back key looks a bit awkward, doesn't it? Tough. Left. What are you sitting on the keyboard for? Left key? Muppet, what are you doing? And int. Right key, you're making me laugh. You want my attention, I know. Let's give you my attention. Right, what's wrong, love? Hey, what's wrong? You're not feeling so good again? Are you saying it's break time? You're not feeling so good? What's wrong? You want to go down for some food? What are you up to, love? What would you like? Ooh. I don't know. Okay, thank you for that, Muppet. Is my coffee out? I've got cats crawling all over me now. Come on, stop it. No, it's not food time. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. I mean, I can put an abstracted game component in, but what use is that going to be? Oh good, Muppet's gone to sneeze somewhere else, for once. I have no way of getting this to work. Inputs on a callback. So I'm trying to thread this through to a callback. I think we can do it. Spot the problem. Well, I'll put the base of directional lighting, that won't work. I don't think 4.6 is backwards compatible to 120. That's the first thing. We've had to use VAOs to get things to appear on screen. That was bad enough. But at least now it's not a problem. So at the end of the day, I don't think directional lighting is a problem. I'm just wondering why it'll accept the ambient lighting. Oh, thank you, Lord MZTE. Hiya. Good to see you, mate. I finished me Dewberry, me 3D engine this morning. Well, yeah, it was this morning, literally. 6 days it took. Works fine until you try lighting it with stuff from like 10-20 years ago, code that was written so like a decade ago. And then you sit here wondering why it doesn't work, because it did a decade ago. But it shouldn't work now, I guess. So things can't be too bad. The other thing is, the latest Java lightweight game library doesn't use slick utilities, which is how everybody used to write the stuff. So that's how I would have used to have written stuff. Slick utilities is no longer being developed and is not included anymore as a viable option. Instead, we are replacing that with GLFW, which I know how to use. Thank God. But it means that all of the movement controls, like keyboard controls, are callbacks. Am I going to need an input? Stupid thing or not? If I am, I'm going to get annoyed. Right, well, I've already sidled the input off to a window 3D. Here, that's the callback there. There's the callback. And the escape key works absolutely fine. But every time you press a key, you get 2 records of the press. And I have no idea why, because it action not equal to GLFW release. So if one on the release, it'll say true, which will be then become false because of the not. So it should only be the press event that we're recording, and it's recording 2 events. Wow, this is brilliant. So that's not working either. The override is all up the creek with GLFW. So I don't think GLFW is working correctly. Which makes me think, should I use SDL? And if I do, that changes the whole goddamn code base. Because SDL is a complete layer upon itself. Where GLFW isn't. It's just a windowing system. So yeah, I've got problems. I've got problems and decisions to make. Whether to just say, yeah, this works and stuff it, or and leave as is with ambient lighting only on the test monkey. It's working absolutely fine. Yeah, it's working perfectly well until you try and put lighting in there. Lighting won't work because of the structures in the shaders. So I can't see any hope moving forwards with this. We've got a free move. It only took 6 days to do it, so I can throw the lot away. I don't care. But as a project, I've learnt a lot. I've learnt an awful lot doing this project because it's the first project I've fully written for myself in Java ever. And it works perfectly well until you add the components. It's a scene graph if you want to know. So structs are out. It looks like wait a minute, 3.0 works. Three 0 has VAOs. Nope. Oh, you sod. And above. Crash, because you don't accept 1.2 anymore. So you can't do that. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shaders are not going to work. Well, isn't that a tosser? Oh, 5 will do. To do. Reset to original to correct ambient values. So this is what I'm left with. No lighting. I can still see stutter. So it works. Done. I think the experience of writing this as a crash test has worked. But I am using code that's over 10 years old. So, yeah, that's just not going to work. I like all of the ideas in it that I put together. I'm not sure I like the rendering system, but I do like the model loading system. Which basically is this mesh system. I think I want to develop that probably more. And then do the lighting as a separation. So what you do is you create a mesh renderer and add it to an object. You can set its position. But it seems too complicated, this. I would prefer just to have that line. I'd prefer to just have mesh equals new mesh, blah de blah. And this is a massive mesh, by the way. It's three-quarters of a million vertices. I've done it on purpose for timing. It takes about 2 to 2.5 seconds to load. Because it's a test mesh for timings. It's the best result I've got so far on the timing, so I'm happy with the way I'm loading it. What I'm not happy with is having to supply this material then make a component to render it. So we have to do the mesh, material, then we have to make the mesh renderer, with the test mesh and the material inside. That's how I've been doing it before, but in a different way. And then at the end of it, we add it to the engine. That's too many operations to do. To get it to turn around at 45 degrees per second, which is actually correct. The timing on this delta time is fantastic. We have to go through this bloody business here of getting a quaternion, which is correct because I want to use quaternions to do the rotations. And really we should do that line as well, to be correct, because it's an override. No, I'm not happy with this complicated business here. I know it's easier than doing like a load of OpenGL, but at the same time, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ignore. 5. To do one object, we have to do 5 things. And if we want to do anything with that object, we have to make it into a private variable for the class. I'm pretty disappointed with the outcome of this side of things, the user side of things. Because all I would want to do really is say, here's an object, here's a mesh, and this is where I want it. I don't want 5 lines of code and having to keep variables on it. I should be able to access my object from here, which I can somehow. But I can't think right now how to do it from here. It's stored as an object. So it's in the child tree of the root object. I would have to search the full root to find it. And walk up and down all the trees. But we can still, if we keep a copy of the object, we can directly reference it from here very easily. This doesn't bode well for me. But it's not as bad as it sounds, because I could abstract this out even more. I could make this into a layer and abstract it out to what I wanted, which would be like 3 lines of code. Load this object, use this material, and there's your position. Get on with it. And save it out into an array here. Just make that into an array list of objects. But haven't we already got an array list of objects somewhere? Got the root. Nothing. This is the object itself. It just keeps track of its children. Nope. We don't have an array or any kind of list of what objects have been added. They're all stored separately in the system using this game object system. Okay. Well, at least I found that interesting. So, I need a new project, I suppose. I'm going to call this the final. Because as I've just started working on this and just started dreading what I'm about to do, that means I'm not having fun. I was having fun doing the code base. I like doing code. But when it comes to shoehorning things together, I'm not sure it's worth it. Let's have a look. It will be under Ideas Project, Bladez. There we go. Be in here. Input.keys. Alright, can you use it like that? That's a little bit more sensible. Free move. Call it input. Okay. Alright. Firstly, wait a minute, what's my GLFW now? I've been messing around with this. Okay, thank you. Let's see, that line would be if window 3D input dot keys. Oh, let's do the Alt Enter for it, just to keep it happy. Another Alt Enter there, by the looks of it. What's it done to me up here? Let's make that static. Dot asterisk. Ooh, that's not a very good way of putting static, is it? Alright. So if I was to now type GLFW, and I can't see what the thing was, underscore key W, that would work. Interesting. Ah, dear. W A S D. Aswad. Oh, Wasad. Position. Would be a vec3. And that would come from would be get transform dot get position. It wouldn't be Z. Dot set Z to position. This is why I say I don't like this. Dot get Z. What's this one? Minus 0.03. That's what we'll get. That's what I'm up against. Shoehorning stuff in. I mean, it's easy enough to do, but it's not right. Normally pluses and minuses are the wrong way around. But I'll go with this for now. So I hope that you're doing okay there, Lord. MZT. XX plus. And that's what it would look like. Well, what we could do is put float delta in. Yeah, delta time. We could add that. We could put an at override in. That might help. But I think that would work. I'm going to have to make another bloody input though. Because that's now wrongly named. It's no longer input. It's keyboard. What's wrong with this? Thank you. So that's now called Window 3D Keyboard. What the hell am I going to do for the mouse? I'll have to make a Window 3D mouse now. Okay. Dooby-dooby-dum-dum-dee-dum. It's getting too complicated, this. It'll work. Just want to prove a working. of it, don't I? Right. Let's see if we get a working theory. Why not? Actually, I think I'll stop the stream at this point and do something different, maybe. Because I'm not interested in the result of this free move. Because I'm not going to continue the project. Right, end of project, it works. That's how GLFW fit in. You just make another one for the mouse. And then you make another one called free look instead of move. And then use mouse movement for looking around. Simple as that. This looks as though a good base to go from, so I think that'll do it. I'm going to go for a break. I think I need a break. Too many errors. And I'll think of what I'm going to do next. Cool. Oh, wait a minute. Just had an idea. Just had an idea. Come on, get in there. File. Close project. Thank you. Alright, I'll leave that up. There we go. Awesome sauce. We have finished part 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the stream and restart it in a bit. Okay, I'm going to go for a break. Stop recording button is there? Yeah. Okay, I think I've pressed it. Don't know if I have. Okay, reload. What's wrong with you lot? Oh.